Yo, good morning, good morning. So the idea is to continue with the snow today. We had a little bit of a setback yesterday with the snow. Came to the conclusion that we're gonna have to wait a bit with this one. Because we don't have enough. I don't think we feed the snow shader enough data to do this properly. We could probably do it with the current data, but that would yield some artifacts, and I'm mostly talking about flying objects also affecting the height of the snow, which we don't want. So I'm still pondering this one. But what we moved on to after that was to start to tessellate the snow and smooth it out a bit. To smooth it out, I had to change some of the data we sent down from compute buffer to back to a texture. So we did a little bit of a rework concerning that, just so we can support the two different types. Like, we want to do it in a nice abstracted way. So for terrain patch or terrain base, they don't know how any specific data, terrain data is stored. Instead, it just handles terrain data containers, and then it's up to the containers, the specific containers, to store data in the correct type and so on. So we did that yesterday. I think we managed to fix it with one minor issue, which is what we're gonna start with today. And like we can see here that everything looks good. The mesh deforms with the height, and we can lower it, and we can heighten it. And we also have, see, we can also add foliage still. But the little handy debug view we've got, and I'm talking about this one, has an issue, some weird flickering going on here. So I just want to get to the bottom of this. Why is this happening? So currently this one shows the correct data, this one the wrong data. I'm starting to think, yeah, that we have the same data showing for all four of them, even though that's not what we want to do. We can show, because right now with this we know that this is the right data because it becomes way lighter here. And I wonder, can we show, yeah, we can also do foliage, also works. We don't have any good grids in foliage though, so maybe we can start with that one. It should be easy. But that, I just want to correct those two issues, however they may be happening, and then we can move on to tessellating the snow and adding back the snow. So to get a proper grid here, we do it by, you have terrain debug shader. Oh no. There we go. Yeah, we calculate a grid here, and it's that we do terrain base data size here instead of terrain foliage data size. So that should fix the grid. The bigger problem is the flickering for the height data textures. I'm assuming it has to do with us or not correctly setting the proper reference in the shader. Or something with that. Because we get the correct grid, i.e. this one. We do terrain data height. We can double check terrain base data. Terrain base data is what the struct is called. Terrain base data size. And when we do these, do this one. Is it the rescale UV here? Maybe. Ah. I don't think it should be this one. Unless... I want to test it. And in this case, actually, I don't think we need to rescale it anymore. Let me think. Actually, maybe we do. It could be this one, but I'm having a hard time seeing how this could be the cause of it. I'm more of a believer that it is concerning setting the data. So I'm talking about terrain base, set debug mode. Yeah, we set these, and then we do set material and debug terrain mode, get terrain data type. So I'm thinking here, but we create a copy of the material, right? And we copy the properties, I'm not sure, yeah. Now we check terrain data type dependencies, and if we have that type here, we set material reference, shader property name, material copy. Now we have this, and then we do apply here. And then ground mesh, set material. So I don't see any apparent wrongs here. Texture apply, that's a good thing to do. It's weird. Could also... What's so different about this one? Actually, when we have fixed the grid here, let's do this. Does this one flicker as well? Yes, it does. Interesting. And I want to check if we do paint some foliage here. Good morning, Harukanan. Yeah, we can see that they reuse the same texture. And that's where our problem lies. Which makes me think... Don't we do this the correct way? So in this one, material copy properties from material. I mean, it should be... That material reference. Set texture, shader property name, texture. Like everything looks to be done the correct way. Mm. The material reference. That buffer type, buffer name, buffer type compute buffer. material copy. I don't see how this is wrong in any way. Or actually, maybe I do. Although I'm extremely... I wonder why it worked previously. I'm gonna get to that. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? I'm wondering, so... Here we set material to debug material. Good morning, Geralt. And then we send it into the first one and then to the second one. When we send it down, we create a copy here. So an even copy properties from material. It should be okay. Let's double check this. I want to see. I want to see if we have anything in Terrain Debug Shader we can use here. Like, I want to check if flag. If we just do it like that, and then here we also do material copy, set float, flag, and then we do index. And we do index, actually that's not how we spell it, index.x plus index.y. And just see if each material has its own flag value. Like, the visual error we're getting tells me that all of them use the same data. We set the same data for all of them. We do it based on whichever is closest to the camera or something like that. I just don't see where we're doing this mistake. We do it the same way here. Same here as well. New material. Material copy, material copy. Material copy, material copy. What the fuck? I hope this error leads me to some new knowledge, because I'm taken aback here. What is it I don't see or don't understand? So we have a debug terrain mode. We jump in here, we set some keywords. Those works because we can flip between showing height, foliage, water, and so on. And we set material here to debug material. Unless... yeah, and then in set material, the first thing we do is that we create a copy of this one, and then that's the only one we use. I'm worried about this one, however. That is true. Let's double check this one. I guess we want to do that, but in what way would this... we don't change this one at all, like never. So we send in a material, create a new one, copy properties. It depends on what properties. I just want to try and do this. What else could it be? I just have to check one more thing. Texture container, set texture. We don't set global texture or anything like that. Yeah, if we don't copy the properties, this is what we get, because we don't get the proper flags and stuff like that. I want to double check if we add foliage here. And let's add it in a bigger circle. Do we only add it here? Only. So it's just with visualizing the textures. It has to be in here. Unless set material, do it here, set weather reference. Add weather effect. Actually, we commented this one out, and let's do this log. Setting name or title, or is it toString? As string. Okay. Because we can also see that when we select the terrain patches, they have the same material. So it's just a copying that for some reason doesn't work. Okay, this is interesting. Where do we... Yeah, this one we don't need anymore. But I'm mostly worried about setting okay. This we can work with. I don't see anything wrong with this. Copied material. Setting. Yeah, we shouldn't be having any of these now. Okay, good. Then if we do this, now we should be having some of them. Setting height, copied material. Oh, setting height. Should be setting foliage. No, we shouldn't. Okay, so this looks good. Could it actually be this one? I wonder. Don't think so, though. Copied material setting. Yo, what's up, Catboy King? Create a new instance of a material Unity 6. Let's see. I'm starting to think that something might have changed in Unity 6, because we had this working previously in previous version. Haven't tested it since, so I wonder if I screwed something up when I migrated to Unity 6, or if I screwed something up during the rework yesterday. Material instance, new material. What the fuck? Or are we... don't understand this at all. It could also be... This could actually... fuck. When I think about it, like... I guess it could also be the underlying data that is similar. Or that's the problem. See how that would be the case though. And we also checked, yeah, we checked this float here. Round flag 0. Oh, okay. And we can see here it actually works. Are you serious? Round flag 1, flag 1, flag 2. It was a Vintrix. Getting some extremely weird behavior here. Sometimes they are different, sometimes they are not. I worry about the fact that we don't get instanced here. That's what I worry about the most. We actually don't get it here either. Instance material, instance. These two are not instanced. Now they are all instanced. Not instanced, not instanced. Okay, when we do comparison, one sec. I wonder if I want to try one thing. disable this one. So we add an additional material when we do highlight shading. I wonder if that might have screwed it up. Nope. Okay, so then I want to see how this comparison screws it up. Nope. Okay, this is definitely the weirdest issue. Red snow currently. This is definitely the weirdest issue I've had in 25 so far. This is totally fucked. What the fuck? Set material texture. Rain base. Set weather reference. Yeah, Vintrix, right now, we're soon gonna get to snow, I hope. But right now I'm just trying to fix an issue we have with the debugger, or like when we visualize the data, we get a little bit of a texture mix-up. I just want to fix this before we move back to fixing the snow. So talking about this one, like all of the terrain patches shows the same texture, even though that's not what they have. Let's see if they set to the same material here. Terrain patch -16, -16. We can see here that the name is actually different, but I wonder. 16 -16. Look at this. So they actually have different materials, but the materials all reference the same data. What in the world? Vintrix, hope you get this fixed fast. Yeah, I hope so as well. But this is a weird one. Yeah, the flag could have told us that, I guess. Okay, interesting. Different materials, for sure. Showing the same terrain data. How did I manage to screw this up so badly? The weirdest thing is this is only during debugging. So only related to this. Set debug mode. Oh, could it be? Could it be? No. This is also very interesting. That they flip when we change camera position and angle. What the hell? Something's definitely wrong in this shader, I would reckon. Round instance material, what do we have? Terrain base color, grid width. We don't use those anymore. Have anything we can change here? Mesh grid color. Mm-hmm. Grid color. Hey, one sec. Now we have the correct data. What the What is going on? Okay, now I have nothing to complain about, but utilizing mesh grid color, I wonder if rain base color, grid color 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. The texture. Okay, but flag we don't use. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. Could it be? Could it have something to do with automatic optimization? I don't know if, like, if the materials are, they are instanced, they are pretty much equal, because we don't use any of these. And that Unity batches them in some weird way, and that fucked up our references. Because this was fixed by starting to use this one in the shader. Ooh, what the hell could this be? See, like during batching, we check that we have 4 objects in the scene. They use the same material. They have as for these properties, they all have the same. But then, of course, we have properties down here that were different. Not this one, but terrain base data. Maybe Unity, maybe we can't. Or maybe the batcher doesn't take that into account. Like, this is the only explanation I have for this one. And it's weird. Unity 6 batch materials. I don't know if that's the correct term, but no. It has to be something like that. But it has to be this, right? So Unity saw 4 different materials, same, like they each had their own material, but the material were the same. And we batched them. Like, this is the only... This could have taken me quite a bit longer to notice. Fuck, I wanna look into this. This is good to know. Can we check... batches? Let's see. Saved by batching 0. But... so we don't select anything and we watch everything. Get 122. Actually a bit more. 121. I want to see what we have by default if we don't move anything. Like this, and then we do this. Okay, 142 now. We have the same two adjacent runs. 142. Okay, let's do the bug shader. Let's do this again. Not the most scientific research, but maybe, hopefully, this will still give 150. Then again, it could be this one. $133. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay, it has to do with this. Oops. So when we have 4 identical materials, even though we change some of the references, it still gets batched. Okay. Just need to take a note of this as well. Terrain debug material. This one, right? Mesh grid color. Let's go with pretty bright for this one. Okay. Ventrux, I don't know what any of this is doing, what you're writing, but it's cool to watch. Appreciate it. Okay, so now we have the correct data. This was, I'm gonna chunk it up to a batching issue. We got some automated batching, which we didn't want. So that, like, Unity tries to optimize how the scene is rendered by batching stuff together and render them as a batch. I don't have like 100% proof this is what happened, but pretty much everything points in that direction. And Harukanen, how did the mattress pass through the bed? Have you implemented quantum tunneling? Unfortunately, quantum tunneling seems to be a side effect of Unity physics. At the moment. If we do this, however, let's see, if we bring this down, if it doesn't fall with such speed, we might avoid the quantum tunneling. If we keep the bed above ground, that is. Or maybe. But okay, I'm a little bit annoyed at this issue we had. I spent, it's probably closer to 2 hours trying to figure this one out. I was pretty sure I was the cause of it. In some ways I was, but Never thought about this. This could be the problem. Okay, but great. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna commit everything we have done. We've done quite a lot of things yesterday, mostly concerning the terrain data containers. But I want to commit it, and then we can jump back to snow. So where do we have it? Rework terrain data and underlying systems. Yeah, we're going to commit it to this one. So I'm sorry, this is just going to take a couple of minutes. Oof, quite a lot of things. Okay, what do we have? Okay, I think I got it. Unfortunately, these changes are going to be I would like to differentiate between the changes, but unfortunately, okay, so we have both. We have done this rework, but then we also added. I had some uncommitted changes in one file, but whatever. We're just gonna chunk it up to rework and send rain and environment systems. Work underlying rain data to bit. Related to, and then we have a few issues. 1, 1, 2. Really? You sure we should have... Pretty sure I should have one issue concerning weather, which I want to reference. Let's do it like this then. 87. And 131. Okay, there we go. Let's jump back to this task, finally. And we're gonna do tessellation. Before we do that, however, I wanna check terrain so that the snow looks as it did, roughly. So let's add back the weather effect, snow, and we have the snow material, and let's see what we have. We should now with the, we're gonna double check that, but we could now, or we should either see or easily change to a little bit of a smoother snow, especially if we do, let's do this environment. Let's crank this up to 1024. Let's hope we don't crash. For some reason, I thought I fixed that, but yesterday we had a couple of crashes. I think they were related to sending too much information to the GPU, but I'm not too sure. 32 seconds doesn't bode well, but here we go. And we have, okay, 2 FPS. Yes, because we're doing too much tessellation. So let me just switch this one to this one, and then we should be able to go. The ground material is currently set to work well with, so it has tessellation as well, and it's currently, the settings are currently set such that it works well with, I think it's 1 vertex per 20 centimeters or something like that. If we go higher than that, we get a lot of, yeah, we tessellated it way too much. Okay, this doesn't look too good, so let's take a look at that. Maybe I should have checked this one before. So two things, we do have snow actually. But it appears below. Hmm. If we have, okay. Terrain activity debug material 1.5. Let's get gray 0.5, 3.5. Okay. So this we need to fix. We can see here that we still have this truncation on the snow, so we're going to fix that as well. But we have two problems here. The snow is not getting the correct height data, and the activity texture we have here, or when we use terrain activity debug material, we don't get the, or we don't send down the correct data. So let's fix those two. Terrain base, add weather effect, so it's something here, and then it's also a matter of when we create the terrain patches, we send down a ground material, ground mesh material. We set height and foliage, but we don't set activity. So I think this is a good time to take this and this and also some other cases of this. This one, right? Yeah. And just put it in its own method. Set material reference, where we do it. Okay, we do it 3 times. Set material, terrain data type dependencies. Okay, that's pretty, this one is pretty good. We could probably go with this one, honestly. The only problem we're gonna do, let's see here. Set material. Let's rename this one and add a couple of parameters. would like to set some additional parameters to differ between ground mesh and water mesh and such as well, but let's see here. We'll get to that. We're gonna do it as this. Bool clear data. Bool fly data. And then we do if clear data then we do data type dot clear. Makes me wonder if we want to have one per, let's see, generate on mesh material. The thing is that we do a material copy here. That's not very good. We might, let's do it like this. Public void set data reference in material. And we do material, terrain data type. And here we can have bool clear. Let's bring them down to their own line. Bool clear data, bool apply data. And I want to give them some default values. Clear data, we want to do false on both maybe. And in here we do if as data type, we do something, or do all of this. Do material. So this one doesn't copy the material, that's good. I want to check if apply data. Although clearing the data pretty much implies that we want to do apply as well. Would there exist a case where we don't want to do it? Maybe it's better to be explicit like this initially. So then we want to replace this one with set data reference in material copy, and type, and then we do apply on all of them. So false, true. Data reference in material. And now we can jump down to here. Around mesh material. Set data reference in material. On mesh material. And here we want to set terrain data type height. We don't want to clear it and we don't want to apply it because it's already done. at this point. So we add this line, which replaces these. Set data reference in material. And here we want to set terrain data type, foliage. And we replace this. And also there we go. And I did this because I also want to do set data reference in material, ground mesh material, rain data type, activity min. This should now give us the correct, or like the material we apply to the terrain should have the activity texture now. And then we also had a problem with the snow, right? If I remember correctly, we didn't get the correct heights, and I wonder why that is. Terrain base, ooh, we can probably clean some things up here as well. Add weather effect, yes. But we do set height here, which bothers me a little bit. Weather effect and material, could the same be applied here? That we don't change, fuck, this is weird as hell. That we don't change anything on the material between these, we just set some data here, so no properties. Which makes Unity batch them. It's weird as hell. That is extremely weird. It could very well be the case. Let's take snow, rain procedural shader snow. All of them has the same values here. No, but we actually use these. Can't be the same issue. We'll get to it. Material copy properties from material, and then we can replace these. What we had, so actually we can do it like this. Material copy, let's see, set material. Rain patch dot set data reference in material copy. Rain data type. Activity height min. Patch. Yeah, let's try this. No errors, good. And now we properly show this data at least, and I really have no reason to doubt that we can show minimum height, maximum height, and velocity strength as well. It feels nice to test them. But we still have the problem with the snow. So what I want to do is I want to take all of them and move them up one maybe. Actually two. Do they have... It actually looks like... Okay, I get it, I get it. It looks like they follow the terrain the correct way. But further down... So what did I screw up in these settings here? This is a little bit weird though. About this one. Two. Okay. It's currently being rendered below where we want to render it. .35, 0.1, down max multiplier 0.85, that's good. Include displays down, that doesn't change anything. Displays. Okay. We get some displacement downwards, which we don't want to have. I'm wondering if this is related to I wonder if it's related to terrain data value range and terrain bounds. Activity height, that's good. Position OS, original. The terrain base data height. We haven't changed these bounds, have we? Environment, rain data value range 0.5, and then we duplicate. Why could this be? Oh yeah, it's definitely something with reading the data. It doesn't look... Doesn't look too good around here. Huh. The selection we get here, though, looks amazing. We have some weird displacement going on. I'm pretty sure this has to do with terrain data. Actually, what the fuck? Talking about this one right here. Yo, what's up, GDs? What up, what up? Over on this stream today, we're just bug fixing so far, unfortunately. How the hell did we manage to screw this one up? Or how did I manage to screw this one up? Yeah, because if we do... If we do... this, what do we have? Whenever I have bugs in my code, I don't. Yeah. I try not to look the other way, but sometimes that's really all you want to do, right? Yeah, okay, so if we don't include... Oh, look at this smooth snow we have right now. Way better. So if we don't include the height, we get a nice result. And I'm starting to think... That doesn't make sense. I was thinking that we share... Why do we have this recurring problem with terrain height? Do I do it this time around? That is fucked. Oh, could it actually be? Let's see here. Ulrska, just remember our spiritual song for this game project. I've already forgotten it, unfortunately. We set the height here, data reference in material. Oh, yeah, fuck. It's been so long since I did anything with water, so I don't remember. I've forgotten, but it won't happen again. We should be setting this one correctly, so the question is... Terrain procedural snow. Base data. Terrain base data dot height. Get terrain base data. Where do I have my utilities? We have them down here. Terrain base data. Point clamp. Bilinear clamp. I'm once again wondering if this one is what screws it up. If it's not, let's just try it. Why not? The previous bug we had this morning was also a very weird thing. It's still water, it's just frozen and fluffy. That's true, that's true. Sometimes fluffy, sometimes slushy. Look at this. It's just like we get a few values too small. We interpolate them wrongly here. Oh, I might know. Or do I? Might maybe. It has to do with the interpolation or the inverse interpolation. When we go too low, however, we have a little bit of a difference here. Which makes me wonder if we have, let's see here, rain data container, texture container, linear row. Could this simply have been an sRGB problem? I think so. Then we'll do clouds and it's still gonna be water. Oh, that's that's actually spot on. Developing water shader stuff Probably be a better title. There we go. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, look at this pillow. Vintrix, let's go indeed. Okay, so the first thing I want to do here now, when we have everything working, we're gonna commit it. But I want to fix the truncation we can see here. This one, and we can do this easily now when we have it as a texture behind the scenes. We just do a bilinear read and it should fix it. But I'm also gonna add back the scale here. I'm not entirely sure just yet if we need it or not. But we want to do, what it all comes down to is when we get terrain-based data here, we want to get it, get terrain-based data level bilinear. We can actually just do this one. So when we read from the texture, we don't want to do a point sample. We actually, so if we read from the texture and we are between pixels, we want to interpolate between the values between those. I wonder if this, I think this should fix it, but we will see. We'll find out. No. Okay, interesting. Get terrain-based data bilinear. Fuck. Okay. Do we truncate it here? We might very well. I don't think so though. Why? Still. Huh. I might have overlooked something. Let's see. Yeah, our UVs are pretty much per vertex. Oh, fuck, can we get around this? Can we smooth it a bit? We can't rely on bilinear filtering. Or actually, never mind. We have one vertex. They are pretty much located exactly at the pixel center. We don't get any bilinear filtering, or we do, but since we're in the center of the pixel, we just take the center pixel value. But if we tessellate this, we might be able to smooth it a bit. Because if we do tessellation instead, we're not going to end up with vertices that are exactly aligned with the pixels. So that will probably fix it. But if we weren't to tessellate this one, could we get rid of this in some way? Wonder. No. But now when I think about it, let's see here. Snow selection wire. Yeah, we could probably do... I just want to test this, but then we're going to move on to tessellation. I wonder if we could just do procedural snow. If we were to be doing get train based data bilinear level base sample level. Level bilinear, not bilinear level. Yo, what's up, Diligence? If we do snow, not really. I think it has to do with the underlying mesh, if I'm gonna be honest. No, it can't be. Sample base level. Lilians looks amazing. Thank you, appreciate it. Hopefully it will look even better at the end of this stream. So what this tells me is that we should see, we're pretty much, so if we sample a different level here, we're gonna, okay, I know why we can't do that. We can't do it because I think we have MIP chain is false, I would guess. So if we go to instantiate here, or actually new container, false. Let's try and set this one to true so we get a MIP chain, and then I want to see what happens if we read one level downwards. We should average it, and it will still look a little bit blocky, but I wonder if it would help. But like, we're gonna rework this with the tessellation. We're gonna get a few things like this for free. I just want to see if this works. Okay, we have the banding here because of the resolution of the value we can represent. But if we go up one here, we get more blocky. Does it become a little bit smoother? It doesn't help that much. Okay, but anyway, we're gonna optimize this quite a lot now by introducing tessellation. So currently we do a little bit of a half-assed solution when we add a weather effect to this terrain. Basically what we do is we take the mesh of the terrain, we duplicate it, and then we add the snow material to that duplicated mesh. Instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna define, I think we have a weather class, I'm not sure. But we're gonna define a default mesh for weathers. This one is gonna be it's gonna be related to no, I think we're just gonna do, we're gonna be able to specify the distance of it is gonna be related to the distance of it, or the size of it, is going to be related to the underlying terrain, but the resolution of it is going to be set in the editor. And we create one of these meshes, and then we apply multiple different materials to it. I would love to be able to do like render instanced or something like that, but we're going to work with we're gonna do it with textures, and I don't think we can do it with textures, unfortunately. So it's gonna be one mesh, multiple materials, something like that. I guess we will figure it out as we go, but that's going to be the gist of it. So we create a simplified mesh, and then we're going to tessellate that mesh. So now it's all about creating this mesh and adding it to the terrain, and then we can add the snow material, and then we can start tessellating the snow material. SmackGDs, do you deform only affected areas? Don't know exactly what you mean by that, but so we have this activity texture behind, and we only deform, or we deform based on that activity texture. So it should be only affected areas. And then when we do the tessellation as well, we can choose to, when we have areas that hasn't been touched, we don't tessellate as much on those. Love this. SmackGDs, I meant if only affected areas have higher number of polys. So yeah, not currently, but they are gonna have. That's what we're gonna do with tessellation. Because right now you can see we have a lot of vertices here, and it's not even based on distance yet. We pretty much don't do any LODing for this one at the moment. But yeah, we're gonna base the tessellation amount of camera transformation, activity texture, and maybe some additional stuff. We'll see. We'll see. I think this is going to be good. So in environment controller, we have something called weather here. This one doesn't have that much just yet. It has snow material, wind texture. Do we want to extend this quite a bit. I'm wondering, like, best case scenario would probably be to have if it makes me wonder. Some type of scriptable object that explains or that defines a weather. So snow, rain, etc. Define it by material, if it's gonna have its own mesh and whatnot. But I wonder, it's probably gonna have to be oh fuck, that would be nice. So we have a scriptable object that defines weather types pretty much, or we have weather effect type, and then we have scriptable objects that pair a type with materials and other setups. But then I wonder if we want to define it like we have a scriptable object weather snow, and then we have minimum snow, maximum snow, and a few things like that. So the scriptable object weather type or weather effect, it more defines the boundaries of a specific weather effect type. And then when we start a new day, or when we want to generate a new weather, we give it a seed and return an instance of it. Similar to how we do attributes, honestly. Age, consumption speed, energy, hydration. Maybe. Let's take a look at this one real quick. Attributes, attribute functions, attribute instance, and attribute definition. Here we only have attribute type, attribute instance, attribute instance. So my question then is, attribute type, yeah, this one. So we don't rely on enums here, that's pretty cool. Scriptable object with unique ID. That's just so we can do some nice comparisons. That's beautiful. I wonder if we want to do something similar with weather, honestly. I think we do. By that I mean weather effect type, so it would replace this one pretty much. Mm, 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 mm. So we would go with a similar pattern. We would have weather type and or actually weather effect type and weather effect instance, and then we can stack the weathers as well. So when we start a new day, we pretty much randomize. Given the time of the year, it has this probability to be windy, this probability to snow, and then we can interwork those different types and stuff like that. Like, I don't want to limit myself to only be able to specify one weather effect per day, but instead we do multiple. I wonder if this is... Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna do this. Okay, so we are diverging a little bit. But this shouldn't take too much time either. And since we didn't have it before, I'm just gonna add a quick weather issue. Weather, yes. Let's do that real quick. Okay, should have it. Can be stacked. We're gonna leave it as that. Do. And here I want to do implement. Do I want to call it weather effect? Yeah. Weather effect type. Implement weather effect instance. And extend weather work with just copy these two. Something simple like that initially, and then we're going to do 132, implement snow. Make snow implementation work with weather system. Okay, so let's do this real quick. It's a start. And then also, I wonder, so when it comes to the mesh we're gonna do, so we're gonna create a new mesh and some weather effects will use it. I wonder if we want to keep this one in, if this one should define it, or if we want to define it in the weather effect type. Like, I don't know if we're gonna have that many weather types that actually use an additional mesh. Apart from snow. I don't know. We're gonna have weather effects that add additional materials to the terrain, so like rain, or that changes material properties on already existing materials, like rain. But then again, this is going to be interesting. So weather effect type, let's do attribute type. This Willigix, what's up? Weather effect type, display name, unit, bounds, format. We're just gonna have display name right now. Willigix, what kind of game you work on? A cozy creature collecting game, not like Pokemon going out in the world and catching creatures, but more like Tamagotchi, Chow Garden, Viva Pinata. Veligix, I have some videos on my YouTube. It should be in the stream description. I have some videos and shorts there. But we're probably gonna show some here on stream soon as well. So when it comes to these weather effect type, I'm gonna have a lot of flags, I reckon. But let's see. Description. Veligix, why Visual Studio Code instead of Rider or Visual Studio? I'm one of those people that don't really care that much about an IDE. Never have and probably never will. The only thing that I would want from an IDE is I want it to be lightweight and extendable. And Visual Studio Code definitely fit those two criterias. And yeah, so I just settled on it. Never tried anything else either, actually. What's up, Scafer? You should try Cursor. Never heard of. The AI code editor. Flags. Utilizes or mesh dependent. Is mesh dependent. More AI equals more investor money. You should really think about that. Good point. Good point. Yeah, I think we're going to do it like this. We're going to keep these... and Veligix, by the way. Sorry about the pronunciation if it's wrong. Like, why would you prefer Rider instead of VS Code? Or like, what makes you prefer one IDE over another? Yeah, so we're going to keep these weather effect types. They're going to be very minimal. So for instance, what I'm getting at is, let's say that one is snow, for instance. If you have snow, you probably want to increase, or actually sometimes you want snow with no clouds, and sometimes you want snow with a lot of clouds in the sky. And instead of having variables for so instead of having a weather effect type that is snow and explains the cloud density, instead of having a variable here explaining the cloud density, we split them up into 2 different weather effect types, and then we just stack them. So when we start a day, we might have multiple weather effects. One is snow, one is clouds, one is light, and so on. And then they all alter the environment in different ways, and we get the final result. I think that's a pretty good way to do it. Like, I fucking love dynamic weather in games and stuff like that, but we're gonna limit it at per day, I think. So by that I mean, like, every new day has a different weather setup and it doesn't change during the entire day. It's a little bit old school, partly why I like it, honestly. Well, gigs. Oh, let's see. Use Rider because full featured. Okay. All of these features sound very good, but like, doesn't VS Code have them as well? But with some additional first or second party packages. Vintrix, I like this. Reminds me of Stardew Valley, like some days are raining, some days... Exactly. So you have Stardew Valley. I think actually Viva Pinata did something similar, and then you have... You have a set of nice, cozy games that does it like that. Okay, so we're gonna have is mesh dependent as one flag. And then we're gonna have... I wonder if we want to be as general as this. Values. And then we do public float. Actually, vector. No. Range. Primary value range. This is where I'm starting to question this a tiny bit. If we take a look at... yeah, we're gonna fix this. If we take a look at... our snow material currently. Consider snow. We have a lot of parameters here, some of which we want to change with this weather effect. Primary value range, it's pretty natural that one binds to snow height, right? So a small value, not that much snow, big value, lots of snow. But then let's say that we want to also alter displace down max multiplier. So what this one is, so when we walk in snow, it tells us how much we should displace it downwards. If you have slushy snow, you want to displace it down a lot, because what we do then is we push all the snow downwards, it becomes watery, it takes up less space. But if we have very powdery snow, we might not want to displace it downwards as much, because we just move it around instead. So that means that this one, we might want to change this one based on the weather. It's not unthinkable that we also want to change these a little bit depending on other weather effects. So maybe we have a weather effect that is just temperature. But that leads me to, do we want to leave it like this, or do we want to add like secondary value range and what is it, tertiary value range? And that's when we start to lose me a tiny bit, because then it's not as clear what value works with what value and so on. But yeah, that is something I'm gonna have to think about. Public bool is we will get to it. Yeah, I will probably, like, I'm happy with VS Code right now. But if I, at some point, maybe when we start doing bigger refactors, if I find it lacking in some parts, if I really need it and it's big enough, like, then I would probably change the IDE. But we'll see. And Valgex, why you use Unity instead of Godot? Isn't Godot more lightweight? It is, but it also lacks a lot of the features I need for this game. So when it comes to feature complete, I weigh that more heavily when it comes to game engines than IDEs, apparently. Okay, but let's see here. Materials. I wonder if we want to do like this. Mesh material, public material, terrain, or environment material. Maybe I want to change this one. Vintrix, for a beginner, would you say start with Godot or Unity? I probably have closer to 3,000 hours in Unity, but I only have 4 hours in Godot, so I can't really answer that one in an objective manner. When I started game deving, I was a beginner, and I began with Unity, and had no problems at all. So I think it's beginner friendly. Also exists, I mean, Godot is getting up there, but like the resources, tutorials, Q&As for Unity, there exists way more of those for Unity than Godot right now. Well, Godot is way better in my opinion than Unity, at least X times faster. Yeah, my 4 hours in Godot made me realize that it's faster, definitely. Like an empty project is faster. And the first thing I wanted to do in Godot was to implement the outline shader I have in this game. And that's where I ran into limitations and couldn't continue. So, like, the first thing I wanted to implement Godot didn't have features for it. I know it's open source, right? But I don't want to spend time on extending a game engine. I want to develop a game. Outline shader is easy to do. It depends on what type of outlines you're talking about. But like, I tried Godot, like, what is it, 1.5 years ago? It was during the Unity drama, you know? And you could have access to depth texture, I think, but I couldn't. It was something with the normal texture, I think it was. But outline shader can be extremely easy to do. It can also be extremely complicated to do. It depends on the quality you want, right? And the features you want from your outline. Okay, I'm thinking of having something like this. So we have a mesh material and environment material. And by that I mean environment material. Maybe we should name that one, but environment material is a material we apply to already existing stuff. Mesh material is what we apply to additional meshes, if we have them. And in this case, I think we're just gonna do this actually. Public bool is mesh dependent. Mesh material is not equal to null. Wonder if we want to start with something like this. And then we have, okay. Add weather effect. Yes. Case weather effect type snow, and this is where we're going to add we're going to make this a bit more generic. Weather effect type name. Play name. Fuck it, let's do type name. So here we can do, we create new type name, weather effect material. So yeah, we're gonna add weather effect. And here we want to do weather instance, I think. And this one should be renamed weather handler, maybe. Or controller. Okay, I think we can bake this one into weather effect as well. Definitely. Fuck yeah, we can. Wind data generator. Let's see. Okay, so if we take wind into account, we probably want to do this with a texture, right? Generate as texture. Of this weather effect type. So we're gonna have display name, type name. I'm gonna do one public bool. Actually, we're gonna do one public bool. Applies material, maybe. Environment material is not equal to null. Then I also want to have one that is public bool. Sets if this becomes too messy here, like we might have some types that only needs makes me wonder if we want to do, yeah, we can do it like this from the get-go. So it's going to be, we're just going to put all different variations in here. It's going to be a little bit messy, and depending on where we land, we can eventually refactor it into some subclasses. But for now, we're not. We can already see here that we have a lot of widely different stuff. Environment material, but I want to do yeah, definitely, because what I would like to set here as well is we have weather that is going to change shader properties for our environment. So we can take wind, for instance. It's going to set a texture reference in the different environment materials. So we need something like that as well. We can get to that soon. So pretty much what we want to do here is we want to have something that pairs a string with a type that can be like texture 2D, render texture, and stuff like that. So it's gonna be a little bit messy. We can start by doing let's order it like this instead. Values, primary value range. I'm gonna do header, mesh. Come on. Mesh. Environment. Header. Maybe that's enough for now. So we do mesh material, environment material, it's mesh dependent, size material, our environment here I want to set, this is where it's gonna get ugly, I would guess. Wind texture, wind data generator. Data value generator, abstract. Serializable. I think this is a case where we want to add where do we have it? Probably want to add what am I looking for? I'm looking for abstract. Let's do a search. Abstract. I'm looking for this one. Serialize reference, abstract selectable. I wonder if we can do this. Let's try it. System serializable. Okay, let's go with yeah, let's do it like that. Because what I want to do is environment. Actually, if we go back to data value generator, do we have? No, we don't. I don't know if we want to do this. But let's try it. So environment material. Here I want to add public data value generator environment texture, maybe. So eventually, if environment texture, we can do it like this for now. But so eventually this one will probably go into its own subclass. This one will probably go into its own subclass. So we have weather effect type, mesh, but then again, I don't know. It's a decision we're gonna have to make at one point, but I'm not gonna make it now. To add weather effect, what we do here instead is weather effect type. Let's just do type. We don't need to do a switch anymore. So for train patch in train patches, instead we're gonna set it up so it goes through each of these for the weather effect. Is it environment dependent? Do this. Is it this? Do this, and so on. So we can see here the snow one we had currently is mesh dependent. It applies this material to the mesh, and that's about it. So weather effect type, public. Let's do it like this. So back to terrain base. So what we want to do here is if type dot is mesh dependent, do instantiate mesh. Although then we have the question of how do we want to handle it with multiple terrain patches. Do we want to have one weather effect instance per patch, or do we want to have one weather effect instance per weather effect type? It's probably better to have it per type. Oh, fuck. Or, for instance, if we have 4 different terrain patches, we're going to have 4 different snow meshes. Now we probably want to do it per patch, actually. That makes me wonder if we can move this one to if we want to move this one to terrain base. We're gonna revisit this one, but let's do this now. Terrain base. Oh, fuck. Stupid, we're already in terrain base. Don't we do anything? Okay, but then that's better. That's even better. So scratch that. But what we want to do is I wonder, one approach is definitely to do where do we have it? Terrain patches. So instead of this, we can probably go with the dictionary or a matrix of arrays. But I'm pretty much thinking that we instantiate so per weather effect type we instantiate one weather effect instance per patch. So for instance, if we apply a weather effect type snow on this terrain base, we instantiate 4 weather effects, each to their own terrain patch. The question is, do we really care? Do we really care about pairing them with the terrain patch, or is it just enough to instantiate them? Like, do we need this pairing? So maybe we can start with environment controller weather. Okay, we want to do store this one, or keep this one for now. So we're going to do weather effect. Rename.cs. So pretty much when we get to terrain base, environment controller, so at the beginning of each day, it will generate different weather effect types based on some properties, right? And then it will take those weather effect types, send them down to terrain base and apply them. So snow, for instance, will only be one weather effect type, but when we apply it to the terrain base, it's going to be multiple, it's going to be X amounts of weather effects, and the X depends on the number of patches. But it would probably be a good thing to differentiate between parts of the weather effect type that is global and parts that are terrain patch specific. So adding an additional mesh to a terrain patch, that's terrain patch specific, but changing the density of the clouds, that's global. So a little bit screwed there, I would say. I don't know. Okay, maybe we can start by having one weather effect per type, and weather effect itself is going to have a list of, because we need to keep track of what materials we instantiate. We need to keep track of We need to keep track of everything we instantiate, because when we change the weather, we might want to alter the things we have already instantiated, or we might want to remove them altogether. Yeah. Before I get to a definitive answer on that one, I'm just gonna go and grab a new cup of coffee. So be right back, a couple of minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So now to weather effect. Having... Yeah, weather effect type pretty much specifies a specific type of weather effect, the min and max values, the materials, and so on. Weather effect is pretty much an instance of weather effect type, and we're probably gonna have to go with some arrays or lists of stuff here. Environment controller, terrain, add weather effect, generate snow. Private. Okay, so now let's start. Now we start at the top of the flow. So this is where we define it. And here we define eventually all the different types, I guess. But it's gonna look something like this. Let's see. Actually, we have this one for this, and I want to rename it. Or controller. Controller implies singleton. Let's do handler. And we can start by doing actually when we get to it. Now we're gonna call it current weather effect. Let's do it like this. Current weather effect types. This one we want to move. All of this we actually want to move. 01, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do... Oh. Something simple to that, like that, to start with. And public weather effect. Weather effects. Now we want a remove. I'd rather it said clear. If weather effects is not equal to null, and actually no, let's keep that one here. And we do clear weather effects. And then we start by creating them. So weather effects is equal to new. Uh, something like that. Now to the question how we want to handle the mesh. Probably gonna have to do something here. Weather effect as well. I wonder if we want to make this into a mono behavior. Because it would be nice to do this. I can't really decide if I want terrain patch to hold weather effects or if I want weather effect to hold terrain patches, or maybe even a third option of them not knowing anything about each other. But if we make a quick example with like two weather effects we know, we have rain and snow. Snow is going to have to generate a mesh and place it at the different terrain patches. Someone's gotta know about someone. So here we probably want an interface eventually, because if we take rain, for instance, we want to alter the material of the terrain, but we also want to alter the material of the character. I don't know how exactly we're going to do it. Maybe it could be solved by some post-processing effect rather than changing shader properties or changing materials. But assuming so now we're going to do this. And then we have public fly to here we're going to do some nice stuff depending on this type. And it's probably going to look a little bit weird. And then we also have the question of if we have snow, for instance, we need to generate a new mesh. Who should generate the mesh? Who should keep, like, set it up and stuff like that. But for now, we can probably do, if we limit ourselves to terrain patches, can do terrain patch mesh. Position normal tangent UV. In this case, we don't need this one. We could probably just do with one square mesh, honestly. Or initially. Yeah, maybe that's enough. We can test with one square mesh initially. So we don't need to rely on this one. Yeah, it's going to be very specific here, but if we do if type dot is mesh dependent, we do something. If type dot, what more did we have? Applies material, has texture. Yeah, that's future me problem. Let's just get the snow working and start experimenting with tessellation. I'll float T here as well. Or rather intensity. If mesh dependent, we want to generate a mesh. Or in this case, I wonder. Yeah, but I want to do. Do we want to do this? This would actually be. Pretty cool. Um, the less extra stuff we need to create and keep track of here, better. Definitely. Oh, procedural. Indirect as well. From a compute buffer. Okay. Hmm. Or hmm. We're gonna wait with that one a bit. Let's just create a simple mesh for now. We're gonna have to store references to it. Um, Affected terrain patches. Or we wait a second with that one and we just define a mesh here. I mean, we could use a quad. Would probably be okay. Or the plane. I don't know. see. Quad, we have a little bit of a weird rotation here, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to rotate it. Is it 90 degrees? Yes. Or we have lane, but this one comes with a set of vertices already. Do we have? I guess we could do it a quad, but we're gonna have to. And also, we're gonna need to scale it as well. Also makes me wonder if we have a quad and initially it's entirely below the surface, we're not going to render any of it. With the default bounds, I think. So we're going to have to fix that as well. Conditions. Like, eventually, like the lesser this weather system or the weather effect needs to keep track of, and the less information they need to fetch, the better, of course. But if we structure it like this, we would probably need to do private mesh if type is mesh dependent, mesh or rather it's a mess, but if mesh dependent, if mesh is equal to no, then we do, I think we want to leave it as we're going to generate a simple mesh here, simple quad mesh. I don't honestly think in this case that we care about anything but position and UVs, and triangles, of course. So vertices, okay. In that case, we need 4 vertices. We need vector 2 UVs. We need 4 UVs. And then we need triangles. What is it? 6 triangles. To do yeah, and then we go, so as for the vertices, we do vertices 0 is equal to new vector 3 let's do vector 2 ice. Or extends. Actually, let's go with size. And then we do minus 0.5 times size.x, 0. And then I want to go, so we go negative x, positive y, positive x, and then positive x, negative y. Negative, negative, something like that. And as for the triangles, I want 6 of them. Zero, 1, 2. And then 2, 3, 0. Is that it? And the size here being rain patch dot dimension. Don't we have access to this? Private. But we also want to go half here, so I wonder if we want to do... No, we do 0.5, okay. We do this under the assumption that all terrain patches are similar size, which they are. And we would just generate a quad that is as big as this one. Unfortunately, what we're gonna do now is private list game object. Because if we're mesh dependent, that means that currently we need new objects. Maybe we can rely on this one in the future, but game object, mesh object. New game object, and we want to name this one rainpatch.name plus type.display name. We get it back, yeah we do. Add mesh filter. And mesh renderer. I want to do some more things here. We want to do mesh object dot transform set parent rain patch dot transform. I'm gonna do mesh filter dot shared mesh. New material type dot mesh material. We do mesh render add or set materials, or we can simply do material mesh material, something like this. But I also want to do mesh renderer dot bounds is equal to rain patch dot. Fuck, don't we have bounds here? Patch bounds as a range. Data value range. Don't we draw these bounds somewhere? On gizmos. We draw these bounds. Terrain patch. It's weird that we don't draw this one. We draw these bounds in terrain patch mesh. Is that it? No, we don't. Okay. Better yet. Better yet would just be to have bounce OS here eventually, but yeah. Dimension. And then this one is a little bit trickier, I suppose. Something like that. Then we have these bounds. Probably send this in here instead. Yeah, let's keep it like this for now. And I'm gonna do bounce. Just so, like, it's a simple quad, and it will probably be located at the position of the terrain patch. It will now. So if we don't offset it upwards, it will be entirely hidden. But if we enlarge the bounds in such a way that the bounds are above the terrain, then we'll render it. Is there anything else that needs to be fixed here? Yes. Mesh.vertices. Mesh.uv. Mesh.triangles. I don't care about normals or anything like that. So we do it like this. I mean, this is just for one type of weather, so then we're gonna have a lot of these different branches. Might be better handled by some abstract classes or stuff like that, but finally instantiated objects, new, we want to add mesh object there, and that should be we're gonna do some more things here, but value range, Here for now, mesh material. Yeah, we're probably going to implement the different weather effects like this and see what differentiates them, or what makes them similar, and then we can refactor after the fact. But because this one, what I'm doing now, is something we're going to do quite a lot, I reckon. But terrain patch dot set material, set data reference in material. We want to do it like this. For each weather handler. We're going to work with this one later on. Okay, environment controller, what do we have? Don't think we want to do this either, actually. Eventually, so that might be good. Terrain base, set weather reference. Well, yeah, we're gonna skip that. Skip that. We're gonna skip this one. We're gonna change this one. So let's see here. Environment controller. And now I'm thinking, with this setup, we might as well it makes me want to do this, but I'm not too sure about that. Because we basically want to do weather handler dot generate current weather effects. Actually, gonna get here is then something like apply current weather effects to terrain patch, which eventually would be apply current weather effects to objects or something like that. Managed to get it to that point. Terrain patch. This is an awake update. Let's do it like this. Weather handler, apply current weather effects to terrain. Terrain base. Terrain. And then we do for each terrain patch. So something like this. And then we want to see what kind of error do we have here. Height multiplier. I don't know if we use this one even. Skip it. But terrain base. So if we go down to add weather effect, we do it the other way around. So weather effect applies itself to terrain base. And let's see here, do we do everything we want? We create material, we set these data references. We need to set this as well. Terrain activity output, terrain bounds property, value range, and terrain mesh grid delta if we want to show that, but and then we do a terrain patch mesh here. We do all of this except for these. This one is related to this one, however. Okay, so if our weather material care about those things, how can we set them in a nice way? Just thinking if there's like, if we set this one, we're always gonna set this one as well. And if we set this one, we're always gonna set this one. Or if we're gonna set any, we're gonna set these. This one, that is. Pretty sure. Or actually, when I think about it, we're probably gonna... There's really no need. Maybe there is. But when I think about it, this one and this one wonder if we might just want to set them as global shader properties or something like that. Maybe not. No. I want to reduce that amount. But what I mean is that they're not... We're gonna do this. Bounce. And that's a little bit how I feel Catboy King. No matter, as soon as we add a material in relation to terrain, we're gonna want these three. Not this one so much in the final product, but at least these two. So maybe it's just about... terrain patch. These we don't need anymore. Fuck, we can do so much cleanup here. That's very nice. But, so in terrain patch we have set data reference in material. That's terrain properties in material. Go to 4. Jesus. We have it defined, and we set it here. We can clean this up later on as well. But this method. So now, together with this one. But then again, maybe we can do this. Terrain patch, weather effect handler. Apply to terrain patch. Yeah, let's go back one step here. But that doesn't really... Or actually it does. It looks a bit worse. Okay, let's go back once more. And then we do this instead. Weather effect. Said that we were gonna have some global stuff. Handler. We're gonna do this. So weather effect is gonna be the bigger one. Because we're gonna have some parts of the weather effects that we apply to the full terrain, like once, and not per terrain patch. Although I don't got this. But then again, we have multiple materials. But think about this one. Environment, material, mesh material. Do it in... So when we have a weather effect, we... I would like to set it here. Rain base, what do we have? terrain patch do? It doesn't care about, like, this one is terrain base. It's the bound of the full terrain. Value range, however, now I guess if we want to do it like this, it would be nice to have it here. Affected terrain patches. Gonna do this. Try it again. Because what we can do then is like this. So the idea now is that terrain base, it doesn't know anything about weather, and I like the idea of that. We're gonna handle this differently. Eventually. So it's pretty much environment controller. Here we have a weather handler. In weather handler, we define weather effect types, or we add weather effect types into a list here. On awake, we instantiate the weather effects. This is going to be done at the beginning of each day eventually. Instantiating them is just creating them from the types. I'm gonna add some randomization and stuff here. And for now, when we do start them, then we apply the current weather effects to terrain, and that's where most of the stuff happens. And that is also the dirtiest part of this implementation. But so for instance, if we have a weather effect that is mesh dependent, we get the bounds of the terrain patch. Then we check if we have a mesh here. If we don't, we generate it. This one might specifically change depending on some setup, but yeah. Then we create an object with a filter, a mesh render. Then we set up the material as well. And And we save it in a list because we have instantiated this and we want to remove it eventually. And we also add affected terrain patches here. It's definitely not perfect. But it's a start. Thought we were going to get a crash there. Let's delete these. So in environment, we don't have a weather handler because we need to do weather effect type, weather handler. Oh yeah, we have it here. Current weather effect types, and this is where we're gonna add them. So we can do data, folder, weather, and then we do create, environment, weather effect type. Snow type name. This one is just gonna have the same primary value range between 0 and 1. And then we have some dependencies. Terrain data dependencies. This weather effect needs height of the terrain because we're going to offset the snow from the height. It also needs activity height minimum. Included in this one are all of these, but yeah. And then we have mesh material and environment material. Pretty bad naming here. It's more like material applied to an additional mesh, material applied to current mesh. But we will get around to that. And then we have procedural snow terrain material, so we put it here. And hopefully, if the implementation is correct, we will generate a new mesh. But we will have to see. One more thing we need to do. So now when we have created a snow setup here, we can go to environment, weather handler, current weather effect types, add one, and we set snow here. So currently during development, if we want to test different weather effect types and stuff like that, this is where we drag and drop them. Do I dare test this? Probably missed something, but let's find out. And I also wonder... Let's try it. Okay, we get this, and we can check here terrain. We actually have groundwater and snow here. Procedural snow terrain material instanced. Okay, so it gets generated correctly, but it's not shown. Which makes me think... We don't really have a mesh. Mesh filter. Yes. Because... weather effect. Do we need to do mesh here? Maybe it's not enough with shared mesh. What I'm trying to be a little bit careful about here, like I would like, so for all of these we want to add the same mesh. Yeah, this shouldn't copy it, I don't think. But like, so if we have one mesh object but we have multiple mesh filters that use it, that would be perfect. I wonder if it really matters since we use different materials anyway. Okay, so what's up with this one? Why don't we get a mesh here? I wonder. Mesh filter, mesh render. Let's try it again, but let's change the material of it to something a little bit simpler. And just see if we get anything at all. I'm talking about probably some unlit material, we'll see. Misc. Type. Definitely something wrong with the mesh generation. Do we have? Yeah. Okay, so when it comes to the mesh, what am I missing? Sounds should be okay. Don't think these are 0 dimension. No, we set it here. They should be correct. Terrain data value range. We probably don't care about this one. But we set that one as well. This shouldn't be a problem. Don't see this as wrong either. Can't really see the apparent wrong right here. We get an error, by the way. No. Don't really know what tests we can do to pinpoint it better. Everything else works. Okay, let's do snow prototype. Let's do Misk Black. So a material that don't need any additional data. We just render it pure black. And we know that the full pipeline of the weather system... oh. Hell yeah. Why doesn't it show in our nice... Could imagine if it's extremely small or extremely big. But the fact is we don't have... But this looks good. This is exactly what we want. And if we take some assets, Apple... Although I wonder, there we have it. This is weird. Could it be... Oh, I might know. Do we need... Could it be the normals? Screws us. Do we need... I'm gonna see if we can add some normals to it. We can actually do mesh dot calculate normals. Wondering if it's getting cold. If we have normals that are 0, 0, 0, and the materials we use, hull backside, maybe. Maybe. Hopefully. Don't see anything now. Maybe below. No. If we do... Okay, we don't set the bounds ourselves, so we do mesh runner bounds, and then we do mesh dot recalculate bounds. Yeah, it might very well be that we have... that we set the bounds to be... I don't know if the bounds is... I thought it was object space, but maybe not. For the mesh runner, that is. So now we don't set the bounds ourselves, and instead we calculate them. Still nothing, huh? Let's do this then. I don't think this should be the issue. It was in 10. Should be getting a plane that is 10 by 10. Still nothing. Ah, what the hell? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, let's do it like this. Let's add everything back to this. And let's definitely not the correct triangles. There we go. And then we might as well test it with the snow material. Okay. Nice little plane we've got here. And it's probably in the correct. It's very nice. Okay, so now we have a weather system that generates our snow meshes here. We can't really do that much with it right now because we only have 4 vertices. One sec, let's try and do... Yeah, let's take this one, move it up. Okay, this one is screwed. Let's take this one, move it up, and then we do displace 0, show displace down. Oh yeah, we still do this. I wonder if we move all the way. Yeah, maybe we should try and tessellate it first. And then check how the data is doing. Although I wonder, is it enough with to start with a quad and then just tessellate? I'm wondering about the different... how weirdly it will tessellate, basically. But let's give it a go. Okay, so for the most part, we're probably just going to take what we have in our grass shader, the tessellation part of it. So let's open up snow, And let's open up grass, terrain procedural grass. We don't want geometry. Okay, good. We can leave these. Okay. Yes. So we're gonna do this. So we have vertex shader, hull shader domain, geometry we get rid of. And yeah, then we're gonna add a lot of extra steps here. Vertex shader output, I wonder. Normal tangent by tangent. And UV, that's probably all we need. We don't want to do, our vertex shader is gonna be, yeah, it's pretty much just gonna be this eventually. So let's do, I want to store this one for now. We get position, world space, internal tessellation position, I guess. Position in CS. I don't even know if we need this one at this point. We can probably get rid of this one. Wintrix installed Unity. Let's learn this. Exciting times. Good luck, good luck. If you get any questions, just ask. ABT, what's up? What's up? Are you using the built-in render pipeline or URP? I'm using URP. So vertex shader output, we're gonna keep this one. I think we can skip this one eventually. But let's leave it, let's keep it here for the time being. And then we have all the shader control point output. Position, normal, tangent by tangent. So here we drop position, actually one sec. Control output. Yeah, what the hell? No position CS, no position. Yeah, we drop position CS, so we can change grass shader. Remove? Question mark. Under. Yeah, we should be able to drop it. So we keep this, just the most important parts. And what do we have then? Hull shader control point output. Hull shader patch constant function output. Test factor, inside test factor, yes. Domain shader output. And this is the last one we're gonna have. Gee, fuck. So, geometry shader. No, we don't want geometry shader. I don't think we will ever want geometry shader. Yeah, this one is very interesting. But we already have this note in our grass shader. And so our fragment shader is going to take a domain shader output. So we're going to go, what is it? Vertex shader in, from vertex shader to hull shader, from hull shader to domain shader, from domain shader to fragment shader. And let's see here. So everything we want to do, calculate snow vertex. It's good that we put this one in its own function, but we still have a lot of shit here. So let's change it a bit. Mostly talking about this one, honestly. Here we can wait with this one. So we're gonna have a vertex shader, a new one. We're gonna put it here. And we do recalculate these. We don't need CS. Then we do with the normals. We send the UV onwards. That's it for the vertex shader. And then comes the hull shaders. I want to here. I would love to be able to put this in its own HLSL file. Maybe that would be possible. But let's see. Domain triangles 3, yes, clockwise. Then we have the function. Partitioning, this one we might want to experiment with. That's how we partition the, yeah, pretty much how we tessellate them, according to my understanding. Yes, out of bounds, we check. We use this one to check if we're inside the view. Should backface call. We use this one to check if we're looking at the backside of it. Okay, how are we gonna have to handle this? We can't be too free with the camera view. UV interpolate barocentric terrain foliage data. We can skip this one for now. So here we read the foliage data to see if we should tessellate or not. If we don't have any grass, we don't tessellate. If we have grass, we tessellate. We are gonna use something different here eventually. Interpolate position world space. Then we get view vector here, and we get this one because we need it here and here. But I think, yeah, we'll also do it to calculate distance and tessellate based on distance, I think. We're gonna rename these and these, make them more tessellated related. subdivision. Yeah, tessellate amount or tessellate amount bounds. We can probably add a upper bound that is terrain procedural grass. 1. Yeah, we can probably add an upper bound here. That's what we're gonna do. And how about this one? Camera distance bounds. We're gonna add just an upper bound here as well. Or actually, no. Yeah, it's like this. Or maybe it's enough with upper bounds, actually. It depends on how much control we want over when to tessellate and when not to. And we're going to do a tiny bit of cleanup here and stuff. Let's see. Let's add properties. Color lighting, snow, snow display, snow flags. Tessellation. Tessellation max. Then also tessellation. Actually, do we have a better term than max? Tessellation max amount. Then I think we're gonna have tessellation max distance. So if we put, what I'm getting at is, if we put 10 meters here, that means that we're gonna tessellate, we're gonna lerp between 1 and tessellation max amount, between 0 and 10 meters away from the camera. When we get further away than 10 meters, then we just don't tessellate it at all. pretty much. I'm gonna clean this up a bit. I want to do calculate UV and position. We need position for view vector. Don't we do anything with UV? Oh yeah, not anymore. So let's see if this is true. I want to do it like this instead. Let's exit. Return output. Thinks this looks a little bit nicer. So then we get the distance view vector, and then we calculate T, saturate. Yeah, we want to saturate, but here we'll do subdivision camera distance bound 0 and tessellation max distance. So the distance from the camera to the point. 1 sec though. Yeah. So currently we do a very extremely simple quad. Just 4 vertices, big quad. If we want to improve how it works with these, we might want to improve upon it a bit, I think. Or actually make the resolution of it higher by default. We're gonna look into that. Best case scenario would probably be to create some helper function that generates meshes, because now we have it in 2 different places, but yeah, we'll get there. So subdivision, round lerp, we want to lerp between 1 and tessellation max amount. Let's rename this one. Tessellation amount. Okay, and then we want our domain shader as well. Which pretty much just sends data onwards. Although I wonder, the next step for the data is going to be the fragment shader. and that's where we want a lot of things. So our domain shader is going to change. That's pretty much where we're going to put the snow vertex calculations and stuff like that. So pretty much what I'm saying is that everything we returned from our previous vertex shader output is what we want to return from our domain shader. Like this. And everything we did in our previous vertex shader is what we now want to do in our domain shader, I would say. Position normal tangent by tangent UV. This one we want here. Snow vertices. Normal. I would probably want to do all of this. Right about here. And then finally we have the fragment shader and shadow. And we want to change this one to domain shader output. Something like that. We're probably going to have a few issues to take care of, but what I really, really would want here is that it's a nice way to, like, every shader we have that is going to do some type of tessellation is pretty much going to do exactly this. Like, a lot of this code. So hull shaders, all of the hull shader stuff, it would be amazing if we could put that in its own utility shader file. But to be able to do that, we need to figure out. So right now it's pretty straightforward. But for the grass shader, we read foliage here to do some extra, or to better figure out if we need to tessellate or not. In our snow shader here, we're gonna use the activity. So we're going to use the distance from camera together with the activity texture, and in the grass shader we use the distance from camera together with the foliage value. So I need to figure out a nice way to incorporate that. Or actually, null patch constant function. Yes, we can probably, yeah, we can move this, this, and this to its own file and only keep this one. So procedural grass defines its own and procedural snow defines its own. Because then in the included files we state here that it's this one that should be used as the patch constant function. That's not such a bad idea actually. But then I also wonder, we can probably take the vertex shader as well and move it. Although I wonder, yeah, if we have a case where we care about anything additional to these. So for instance, if we would care about vertex color, that wouldn't work. Maybe it's okay. I can probably figure out some way. It would just make the shaders a bit more, not so much information in one place, not so many lines, more compact. Hit all of this shit as well. We could probably do this a little bit nicer as well. We could add a function for maybe not. Okay, we got, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't double check this now because I gotta run, but I'm gonna pick this off right at this point tomorrow and hopefully easily get the tessellation in place. But still, one more productive day. Implemented the beginning of a weather system that can become very nice and powerful. We're not right there just yet. But I think this snow will look beautiful with some proper tessellation. But we're gonna have to wait to tomorrow. So thank you so much for watching, everybody. Appreciate it. And have a great rest of the day. Peace.